We're live. It's Friday night. Why not do a live video? But hopefully you guys had a good end to your week and you're preparing for the weekend. We've had two. Oh, yeah. So I've heard the upper Midwest has been having some crazy rain. I talked to my parents tonight on my drive home, as I do on Fridays. And they were pulling their RV out of the, they've got like a river lot area where they, spend time in the summer. Anyway, they're pulling all that out because of how much rain is flowing like crazy. So hopefully, yeah, Adam, I imagine you're getting soggy up there. That's hopefully all of you are doing it brazen. No, I checked audio so many times. We are good. No. Okay, when two people say it, I think you're not just screwing with me. Check. It's working fine. A-holes. I don't believe any of you now. You're I've checked. I can see that. Sound is too loud. I saw the message being like, we should screw with his audio, and it still freaks me out. Even seeing your message. My bench is a disaster. But I do have some plans for tonight. I've got the buggy here, and I want to swap out the skid plate to the machined version from Brazen Brett. So I've got that right here. I want to get that done. And then there's something else. I want to install my rear dig, but that's going to take some fiddling. So, but if I dig into this, I have to get it done because tomorrow I'm going to go do some crawlering. So I want it to be done. So, did you find the spacer? I did. It is right there. Found it. What about finally adding the denim panels? Just leave me alone. Don't harass me. I feel bad enough. So tomorrow I'm gonna go do some crawling. And maybe Sunday too. We'll see. But I'm gonna do a little bit of cleanup while I'm doing. Last night I posted a reel. So my MT12, you can see my new handle here. I designed up a quick mount so that I can mount the 360 camera to it. Like so. And then I can extend it down to where I want. I don't normally like radio mounted cameras. I am not a fan. But being that this is 4-wheel steer, which really needs both hands, I was like, okay, I'm going to do it. And then it's so hard to so rarely get good video with radio mounted cameras. But I was like, well, I want a 360 camera. I really want to try one. So this seems like the perfect application. I can just get in the general area and then I can frame it in post. So that's going to be what I'm going to try tomorrow. Captain Insano. Thank you, Brandon. Ha ha ha. Poor computer. Boop, boop, beep. So funny, Brandon. God. Huzzah! 3. Thank you very much, Josh. It's not the sound cutting out. It's making weird popping sounds and cutting out slightly like an old headset. I refuse to believe you. I refuse. And I should have been doing. It's like I forgot what I'm doing. Thank you, Brandon. First of all, Huzzah! 3. Thank you very much. And RC Underdog, Paul, thank you very much. If I wanted to make a cage that's based on a Lexan body, what tips would you offer? That's probably the most common way that people do it. I would suggest CAD, but like the old school cardboard aided design. Take some flat pieces of cardboard and just start trying to fit it into the body. mark, trim until it fits tight where you want it. And then when it's done, you can take that out, and that's a bend template. Make it to that, make the A roof in B pillar or A roof C pillar, make that one side. And then you do that. You can do that on both sides because it'll be mirrored. And then you just have to figure out the spacing between them. So make another template for that, put that in there. And then you can get everything pretty well set together and it'll flow. And you can kind of put it in there and tweak it, do it again. That should be, I think it should work for you. That's how I did it in the past before I did 3D scanning and 3D design and CAD templates and jigs and blah, blah, blah. So, dude, parts is like a bunch of cats in a bag with no. What? Tyler, did you have a stroke while typing that? Where are you crawling? I think up at Donner. I think that's going to be the plan. So, I've got I've got one other obligation tomorrow that I've got to attend to first, and then work from there. I need Moon Buggy files so I can get started on it. I think that since Send Cut Send is taking a little too long to get the marketplace stuff set up, I'm going to launch the Buggy files this weekend. I need to film a video to go along with it. But that's going to be my plan. And then I'm just going to figure out how to get everything, get everybody notified once the Send Cut Send stuff is live, which I can do with a simple export of the orders and it'll be okay. So I'll export and send everybody an email. So I will try and do that tomorrow or Sunday. Just I'd like to see what all comes with the purchase of the files. That is why I want to do the video, because that is such a logical question. Cody C, because Cody, Colorado. Cody L, Cody C. Jeremiah, thank you very much. Got my RC parts. I had to cut tabs off the hardline bed sets and angles so the bed is slightly angled down. Yeah, I cut some tabs off of the bed as well. But nothing too bad. But you should still lay flat. You should still try and get it to lay perfectly flat. That should be possible. Obligations I have to attend to. B-day or anniversary. Neither. I have to help a friend relocate a warehouse. I have to be certified forklift operator guy. Certified. What's the price of the files? $99. So basically, you get a big folder download and it's organized into stages with graphics to explain what it is and some tips on certain stages as well. And I mean, yeah, it's all digital. There's no shipping that happens. But it's this huge list. And then what you'll have post purchase of the files is a laser cut charge, and that's to get all the laser cut parts. And that's going to be the big thing, or the other, not the big thing. The laser cut parts, I think for my buggy it was like $30, $40. I can't remember, because if you buy more, the price goes down. So maybe it was $50. I don't remember, but it's not that bad. And that'll give you, there's some extras of things in case something goes wrong here and there. But you get that. And then also there's you'll have an option for body panels, but that'll be separate if you want them, things like that. There's also all the files in there to mold like carbon fiber panels if you wanted, or you can 3D print the panels. Those are all in there. Lots of options. 3D print a hood, that's in there. Blake Denley, nice job to you and Matt both for getting buggies completed in time and placing the files in the minimal drive time. Beautiful builds for both of you. Thank you very much, Blake. Little known fact, pretty much everybody got into the finals, but it was better for the movies if you didn't really highlight that. It was the first year for the event, so the turnout was not crazy high. but I couldn't be happier with the entire thing. I wouldn't change anything about that weekend. It was so much fun. Thank you again, Paul. I also ordered some axle shafts for a giveaway from RPP because without RPP accidentally put the wrong zip code. I never got. Oh, how often do you use stock RPP's back orders? So that's not like for RPP, for example. We don't have any. All they do is place an order with us every couple days or few days or whatever it is, or every week. And they just go onto the website and order because they're a dealer, but there is no we don't maintain anything from them. They just go on the website and order, go on the website, order, go on. That's it. And so, just eating my dinner with a pocket knife since Josh Town can't give carryout customers utensils. You have to ask for them specifically in this state because otherwise it generates waste. Or carryout. That must have been somewhere fancy. Nathan came and we gave him a tour of the shop, hung out, shot the breeze for a while. No beers tonight. Negative. I have Topo Chico water, and that's it. Well, the sound effects are easier to deal with over Matt's chair. Also, whose idea was the radiator location on the H10? That's probably Brandon's. But rear-mounted radiators are sometimes used in Ultra 4. Low, yeah, but it's also a chassis brace. Just something in there. So, is Panda fan? I do love Panda Express. Jay Thelen 0410 member for 2 months. Thank you. Buggy looked amazing on the rocks of the comp. Congrats on joining the big VP leak club. Every leak I've ever done has been 100% planned and orchestrated, and I'm just an actor. Did you just pop? Yes, that is all. That's what I use my ring for at all times. It's the way to go. Anyway, I got to do a little bit of cleanup before I can get any work done because I cannot express to you the level of disgusting that this bench is. There. I call BS on that. You might be right, Phoenix. Maybe I've made mistakes. I don't think I've ever made a mistake though. I'm trying to think back throughout my life, and I don't know that I have. Man, I sure could use some good licensed 2.2 tires to put on a narrow 2.2 wheel. Maybe a new one will drop soon. It just seems like, I mean, I don't know what kind of inside industry knowledge Adam here has, but I feel like he could be right. When are the optics back in stock? Planning to order one within the next 2 weeks. Within that time frame, Mr. Toth, you will see him. Next week-ish sometimes. Let's see. Never made a mistake. Where's Nicole with this rebuttal? First wife, not a mistake. Learned so much. Don't regret it for a moment. Made so much better choices because of it. Couldn't be happier. Not a mistake in the slightest. Chief here, let me tell you though, he makes some mistakes. Black Sheep RC, thank you, Jimmy. 2 things. How are you gonna name a buggy after me and not send me one? And 2, your thoughts on the Silent Assassin. So my Silent Assassin in here was flawless the entire weekend. I am happy that Where are my tools that I took with me to the event? I gotta remember that. Oh, that's interesting. I packed a bunch of my tools, including my scale hardware tools, which I need to take these wheels off. And I don't know where they're at. Nicole unpacked the suitcase, which where they were in. I'm gonna have to find that, which means I'm gonna have to get up. Come here, bub. He's such a butt. Just a practice one. I call it a trainer wife. That was work. Hey, yeah, exactly. It's just this training, man. Yeah, trainer. Worth it. Anyone have experience with H10 on trailing arms? I know some of our testers did it when they were running theirs. I never ran them. I preferred to run it as a, crawl, more trail crawling stuff rather than go fast. Yeah, that was really, so I never set mine up that way. You only have one set of tools in your arsenal? Well, scale hardware tools? Yeah, I do. I mean, I have some at work, but like that doesn't really count. So Matt stole the scale tools. I know. I got to figure out. I would have thought Nicole would have thrown that bag in here because she likes to say I leave my stuff all over, which sometimes I do. That's the mistake you made. You let Nicole unpack your suitcase. Oh, for one, she packed it and unpacked it. Packing isn't my thing. Sometimes, I've had to travel and pack my own suitcase and ended up drastically short on some important items. Never socks. I always overpack socks, but it's just the rest of the items that I need. But aren't you being sweet? Toxic crawlers. Thank you very much. Can I work on RCs instead of running heavy equipment? The graveyard shift sucks. Hate from the devil's apple. Toxic. I have to imagine that running heavy equipment at night is much better in the Vegas area, though, than running it during the day. What? And thank you very much. Always good to see you. Always overpack the stinky bits. I know. It's always just socks. I always overpack socks. Ready for the build along stuff. Yeah, I was really hoping to have everything ready to launch at once so I could put it out there and everybody would be set and ready to go. Now I did create a Facebook group for people who are going to do the project. And right now it's private. It's not hidden, but it takes like approval to actually post in there. Really, dude? It's just called like Harley Designs Build Along group. I don't know. But it's one of those things. I just want to make sure that it stays related only to those. I don't want people like posting just other stuff. So yeah, that's I don't use Facebook. It's not required. By no means is the information going to be disseminated through there. All of the information is included in the package, and anything extra that would be needed would go to the email that the order was placed through. But that's it. I just did that so that people had a place to go post progress if they wanted. Of course, you can post on Instagram, hashtag, tag, whatever. But yeah. Josh, when did Vanquish do a special run of green 2.2 wheels? Never a special run. Green used to be a production color from us a long time ago, but that was a long time ago. Are you abandoning Discord? No. So the Discord is 100% the way that I will, at this point, always run the build alongs. But once the project's done, the Discord part isn't needed. So the Facebook group's just for people out running them need a little bit of help. But the Discord is only for the people that are doing it at the same time as me. And like we're going back and forth. I have to post this. They have a question, people can help. You know, it depends on like where people are at during that. The Discord is excellent for like the collaboration during the project. But after that part of it's complete, it's just not really needed. So that's why I created the group. Let's see. I found a new set last night. There's a new set. Like they would have been from like 2015, maybe 2014 even. That would have been the last time we made them because we stopped doing green in 2015 of any sort. So yeah. Let's see. Thanks for the RC maps thing. Pretty much confirmed there isn't hardly any crawling areas in Southeast Florida. Lots of big mounds on the beach to go crawl, right? Yeah, I can imagine pretty hard. I don't think Florida has any rocks. This cat is just being damn ridiculous tonight. Nicole was gone. He has not had any attention. I saw Matt popped in here. There's someone responded to him. So Matt is a member because he is going to open up membership, and he's trying to sneak in and figure out all the ways that Isn't Pebble Beach in Florida? I'll leave now. Let's get that skid installed. I've got like a solid 6-7 days machine. That is a great point. But I need to go find those freaking tools. That's what my holdup has been. All right, Chief, let's go searching. Come on. I'll be right. Oh, let me turn on the background music. Where is it? I forget how to do this. Hold on. Hold, please. Branding. I don't know how to do it. Acoustic cinema, dance pop in lo-fi. That's when you. Oh my god. Gares, thank you to support. And Lone Wolf McGee gifted 5 memberships. That's amazing. Daniel Weaver, T Ham, Chibs, Hot Boy Racing, Mad for Sacks. That's amazing. Much appreciated. Lone Wolf McGee. I think he'd just done that once before as well. All right. Background music first. That was fast. Got it. Back to comments. Fantastic. Didn't take long at all. Oh, oops. That's right. Why don't you take the wheel nuts off? Because these are the KMC Riots, and they have a center cap. So you can't just take the wheel nut off, which is my least favorite part about running a wheel with a center cap. But they sure look nice. Let's see. Do you have any videos of your current welding setup? Bobby, I do. If you look up I did a video right when I got my current welder. You can look up my AHP build. I built a titanium cage for a power wagon on a Northwest Scale Designs chassis. So look that up. I went over the welder that I got at the time, and it's still the one that I'm running currently. Now I have like elevator music stuck in my own head. I could probably do a little bit of cleanup on this at the same time. I don't remember how it got. Oh, I guess I do. We did run it in a little bit of water. Can you TIG braze steel to titanium? I don't believe so. Titanium, I tried just TIG brazing titanium. And since titanium, it's just a weird one. How it oxidizes and such, it doesn't play well. So it doesn't even TIG braze. So unfortunately, no. GC Coop 2. Hey, George. Happy Friday. Did you figure out the design for the buggy VIN? I did. I did figure it out. It's a pretty simple tag with a cut through of my crown. I still have to get the final laser stuff confirmed to get the thickness dialed in. But I'm pretty much set there. And then I just need to get them ordered up. And then I need to buy a set of... No. I need to buy a set of punches for numbers. But I'm going to get through that, get that done. I think George there, GC Coop 2, will have number 3. I know Brazen Brett was like, I don't know if anybody else is going to do it above me, but George was the very first one on the button for when the files dropped. I think he was like within the minute of the files dropping. He had his order placed through. I think Brett was like within 2 minutes. Right. I don't really need to take the wheels and tires off. It's just easier. I'll be 4 or 5, yeah. Jerk, I wanted 3. All right. I took these tires and wheels off so many times in Colorado, switching from 1.9 that it had on originally over to 2.2, working on it, doing some things, then back to 1.9. Oh, I'm excited for it. 3 will match my West Desert Wheelers Rock Pirate chassis. Nice. Hey, Perry G. Thank you, sir. Much appreciated. Thank you for becoming a member. I put a member video up last night, just kind of going through the status of where things are at after getting back from Colorado. And I disassembled mine completely. What? That's so much work. What did you do that for? Do you prefer the 1.9 or 2.2 and why? Ooh, it's a really good question. I think that I prefer the 1.9, but I like the slightly smaller tires on here. But I think that I actually do like the look of the 2.2 wheels better. So stretching the tires onto some 2.2s is something that I'm super considering. Hey, George, thank you. Gifted some memberships, Bobby Mac, Prime Time, Dirt Nap RC, Ashley Conley, and Braden via Zavilia. Ooh, someone's gonna have to. I bet I'm saying that one wrong. So everything feeling good. Just wanted to look through. I could tighten up that rod end a little bit. Actually, that's something I should do tonight as well. While we're at it, It's easiest to take off all the body panels while working. He had to find that E-clip. Oh, I remember when we found that in the transmission. He's like, how could that have happened? I don't understand. How could it have happened? So, maybe try the Western Reserve cut and shuts. So the 2.2s I was running are actually a little bit shorter than the cut and shuts. They were at they're about 5.1 versus the 5.25 or so that the cut and shuts are. So the size that I was running is already just a hair shorter. I mean, maybe they're pretty close when it's all said and done. It's hard to say. But as labeled, about 5.1. Let's see. Oops. I ended up with an extra bearing floating around my VFD twin, so I had to take mine apart too. 5.1 Imperial or Vanquish. Ho, ho, ho. So funny. Metal panels are still in pretty good shape. Got some dings on her along the bottom there. She's getting chewed on a little bit. Nothing too bad. What am I drinking? Topo Chico mineral water, sparkling mineral water. Where's your logo? Well, it's technically on the hood there in silver foil. I would tip it all the way up, but I'm currently using it as the body screw tray. Alcohol content, 0. Nothing. I got an early morning tomorrow. I've been on a good trend of early mornings lately. Oh, I should probably take that from mocking me. Were you stressed when the buggy took that tumble in the tree? So it honestly, it happened so fast that I just thought it was going to be a, just it was like, oh, roll over. And then it just went. And by the time like I got the chance to like think about reacting, it was just already stopped in a tree. And I was like, okay, that happened. So I just went down, fetched it from the tree, which like it was hanging over top of, I don't know, 15, 20 feet. I don't know. So it would have sucked if it would have fallen. I'll tell you that. Oh, the screen logo in the upper corner. So I actually don't have my logo loaded in here like Matt does. I only have the SBG and HD one loaded from Livestream Takeover. Matt has done a proper job with his, but because Matt and I actually just use one account for this. So I can use the StreamYard with the duck live now, but I haven't added another one. You guys don't come here for my production value or looks or entertainment. I don't know why. Why do you come here? So, anyway, we shall continue. This is actually kind of a we fear change. Yeah. There's a lot to taking this out because It's a VFD twin. So I got shift linkage. To each side. I've got a special wrench. This little guy right here. This is a Bondus. 2mm ball end. Super tiny, like slim handle. And for where I need to get to under the dash of this thing, for this screw, this is the best. I keep it around just for stuff like this. Okay. Josh, want to come race boats? The entire town is underwater. Oh, I was talking, like I said, talking with my parents, and they were saying there was like 7 inches of rain per day for a couple of days or something like that. Like, ooh, that's wired in. That's okay. I don't really need to take it all out. Oh, I remember that the front screws are also keyed into the dash. Dartagnan. Remember for 2 months. Appreciate it. We're all pretty wild. Friday night, watch a tool and try find tools. What do I put up with this? Okay. Dashboard is up and up. Screw is out. There we go. Okay. Not ideal, but actually, slight. No, that's a problem. Unlike Matt, I have not had to take out my transmission. There we go. That's the way I was looking for. Oh no! I broke my. God bless it. Broke that wire off the dash meter. I'm gonna have to redo that. That's a pain in the butt. Ard, I come here to make you read the most uncomfortable comments I can come up with. And I just dropped. God. I use a JST for the volt gauge. Yeah, that's not a bad idea. Granted, I don't know that that would have saved me because of where it broke at, but is what it is. Okay, I've got buggies are certainly a pain in the butt to deal with on the wiring side. So much to do. This was a really bad idea to try and tackle tonight since I want to go crawling tomorrow. Ugh. Take the other shift linkage off. Oh. You know what? The other thing that I wanted to get done is I want to put the other dig in the other side, and that means not only taking the skid out, but taking the whole transmission out and apart, and then fitting bearings. Oh, this is going to be a long stream, especially when I have to get up early. Dart, thank you again. Josh, I have 3 more pens and 6 bottles of ink on the way. This is 1,000% your fault. Oh, good. I was using the Lamy Safari today at work, and I have a purple ink in it right now, like a 8th grade girl. And it was just so, I was just like, the color was good. And I just, right, it just felt so good. Even writing a list of things that I needed to do. But then also I ended up with a little bit of purple ink on my hands. See right there? And I get it off everywhere else. There's some there. Yeah. Anyway, I'm comping with mine tomorrow too. What? Where are you? Love to hear it. I thought you'd be using orange ink. I've got 10 different colors of Lamy ink, and I write a lot, so I go through them and change them out pretty regularly. Man, even that connection is pretty sketchy. Okay, I believe you. Okay. Oh, this is going to be so much work. I got to take out all of this wiring, basically. This is not a short amount of work, but I'm too far into it now. Yikes, guys. Oh. Ooh. Okay. Better stop whining and start moving. You know what I could do to save myself a bunch of time is I could get the file that Jeff Underwood, Rex Racer, designed for the build along as a wire guide. So when I put it back together, I use that to help save me some time. I got the telemetry wire into the receiver, which for some reason wasn't working anyway, and that's a different issue, I guess. I don't know how this has to come out yet, but I'm just getting everything out of the way. But yeah, I should definitely get Jeff's file queued up in printing. Can I get to that? Oh my God, I have to take so much apart. Oh, this is the downside of buggy life. So I had this little shroud, right? You know what I need to do? I need to turn this. So anyway, so I got this little shroud here, and it goes on top of the VFD, and then it allows all of my wires to run right there across the top of the transmission and not be in any risk to get in trouble, which is greatly appreciated and something that I probably could have got to that screw if I would have realized it was a 2.0 rather than a 2.5 like normal. Sometimes I realize things that make me realize that I don't think things through very well on live streams. I was thinking I needed to pull all this stuff out to be able to get to things, because like my ESC is hardwired to my motor. But then I realized that the motor it stays in the chassis. I can pull this transmission out and the motor stays even with. So some of that was probably dumb. That shroud was greatly appreciated. Okay, I need to I'll take a breather and get that done in the midst of this. Drive shafts. Okay, there's that. One side. That side's not engaged. Now it sounds like Matt's truck because it's not meshing properly. Because everything's loose. Shake, 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 shake. I can't get that song out of my head. And it just makes me think of Beetlejuice every time I hear it. Okay. What drive shafts am I running? I'm running the Incision drive shaft. IRC 2200220. Can it come out the top? It can come out the top. Flange bearing. Quick access transmission is one of the key features of the Jimmy's build-along buggy. Nope. Okay. We can't forget to still change out the skid plate. But first, I've got to but first, oh, I'm good at this. So good at this. Okay. Now, this. No sound. I don't believe you. It gives me a little indication. So this is the prototype part for the rear dig. But this is metal 3D printed. Mike dot. I'm check. It's still full volume. Automatically adjust mic volume. How about that? It will automatically do it. God, still, I know you're screwing with me, and I cannot help but stress. When are you going to install that? Right now. But it's metal 3D printed, so bearings are not going to drop into this. So I'm going to have to painfully massage the bearing pockets to work, which Get the hammer out. Ooh. Ooh. So, yeah, I figured these would all be tight because these have a, yeah, these were all tolerance for machining, which is not what you're going to find here. So I'm just going to do it the Amish way. It shouldn't take much. Here comes the blood. Nope. Plus or minus 0.3 millimeter. No. No. You didn't bring a reamer home? No, Brett, I didn't. And I was just going to do it at the office with a reamer to get it proper. No. We're just going to start by a general scuffing to a consistent bore, because that should actually be a pretty good tolerance. It's pretty close. I'm a little light in one area. Let's see. Ooh, I don't think that's old. No, that's not big enough. I don't have a pin set here that's big enough to size it, so I have to keep doing it by use caveman cat. Where's the Dremel at? I know, right? I'm not opposed to it. Like Matt, unlike Matt, I won't let the Dremel get away from me. It looks like you're filing your nails. It's the only type of beauty care you're likely to see me doing. I am tempted to get more aggressive. Ooh, but my Dremel is in the garage. Gunner, my meat belongs in your mouth. Listen. Still need a new job. How much does the social media position pay? For someone with no experience but a quick learner, 2 nights code, 2 nights. Buy my meat. SatisfiedJerky.com. Save 10% off jerky with hashtag buy my meat. Can one of you guys help put that in the chat so I can pin it for Gunner? Should I sell my Axial to get Vanquish? Yes. Yes, you should. It's gonna be better. You're gonna like that. You're gonna like it better. Put the bearing in the freezer. No, I'll in different applications, yes. These bearings, I do not like to put press fit like that on 5x11s because they get gritty so fast until you get to a little bit beefier bearing. You go to like a 5x14x5. You can handle it a little bit better. I tested that with a lot of bearings when we were doing our tool handles to try and make sure we had the maximum amount of success. So I just I don't want to have too much of a press fit on here. But like I said, I don't have a pin set here, so I can't really gauge exactly where I'm at. I'm super close. We are close. Torch the part to make it expand. That's the, like when you torch, you know, you heat a part or you freeze the other side, you do contract it, but it will eventually expand. And when you do that, you're putting the case of the bearing under pressure. And like I was saying, like these bearings, RC size bearings, you put them under that and you can feel them get real notchy. Even like a super light interference press fit, like 4/10,000ths. And I'll tell you that I'm likely not going to be at that level of precision. Oh. Bearings a little. Let's see. Anyway, now what does the HF? Oops. Sorry. What? Oh, talking about TIG. Sorry, I missed the. What tool is that? Bearing puller. It's one of the few tools that I own from Energy, but it's super handy to have. That's the 5 and 6 millimeter bearing puller. And then I have the, what is this? 8, 10, and 12 millimeter bearing puller there. So pretty nice to have. I mean, easy enough to punch things out, but who did they copy that off of? I would like to know because I would buy more if it is a copy. I figured that they actually made that because their bearing fits were such trash that they were constantly having to pull bearings out of things, so that they had to come up with it. I bet that fits. I was wrong. Is Energy still a thing? I think. You know what? Yes, they are. I got an ad for them the other day, and they are now making Tesla parts, aftermarket Tesla parts. Oh, it's so close. So close. Okay. I think that's good. This is not my regular hammer. She ain't perfect, but she's smooth. Oh, I seen that and thought, well, it's like an RC car. I mean, kind of. Don't file above your bearing. I don't plan to reuse this bearing in there. So this is just this was a used bearing in the first place. Granted, I'll probably just reuse the bearings that are in there. So Now I did tap that in, but well, 5 to go. I know. 4 to go. You know what? I'm gonna have to go put this in the freezer. Looks like you're using that bearing after all. No. Going so well. Chase it with an 11 millimeter drill bit by hand. I do not have an 11 millimeter drill bit. I don't believe. Okay. But we'll keep using that one as our tester. It's fine. My concern is this one because it's not through. Oh, did someone put in the Satisfied Jerky link and code? If so, I missed it. Can someone do that? The satisfiedjerky.com and the buy my meat hashtag buy my meat Haktua. Josh, we can't spell. Oh, I know, Phoenix. we've been here before. I know. Bearing puller my butt. Yeah, that one was pretty tight. In typical RC applications, it works pretty well. Sorry for the noise. I bet that's terrible. Josh, do you have a deburring tool? I do. I have a deburr knife. Are you talking about the swivel style? I do, but not one large enough to do. Seven 16th bit is 3. Okay. Okay. That's the type of tolerances that I could get behind. Tim Sanders. I've got some good bits here from my buddy Frank. Of course, I have those are 3/8, 5/16. That's 1/2 inch. Ooh, I don't think I have any. I don't have any good 7/16. So I might just have. Nope, I don't have a 7/16 in here at all. Good or shit. Back to sanding. Filing and check it. Let's see. Josh, might be quicker. You just print one, 27 minutes, and they work just fine. No, because all that means is that you end up having to redo it later. by taking it apart. Surprised that my tongue was not. You put WD on the shelves. Am I the only home assistant there? I did put WLED on the shelves. I've got one Wi-Fi controller that doesn't like to work. I definitely like the home assistant stuff. I would like to find time to do more, and I have not. But definitely something I'm interested in. Josh, is what is your favorite what is your VP kit that you ever produced? Are you saying what's my favorite VP kit? Oh, that's a good question. I don't know that I have a single favorite. Like I loved like if you're talking kit, like the Pro was an awesome kit, but I like the newer axles better. The VRD Carbon is an awesome comp kit, but comp isn't my favorite side of things all around. Like I like the bodies and things like that on the other kits. That's a really tough question. The Phoenix Portal kit may be the one that I say just because like it's got the newer axles. It's still a VS410 transmission. The twin is cool. But yeah, like, yeah, that would have to be, I guess that would have to be the one I would say, but like, it's such a toss up between everything. So that's going to work. We're going to be able to pop that in there well enough. You say you're still going to do it again. I think you may be surprised. Like, you gotta remember, sometimes I just build a truck, drive it for a while, and then it just ends up somewhere, and then I build another one. This one may just be good forever. Pretty good shot at stuff like that often. JR, this show is ridiculous, Lawson. What are you doing, Josh? The only thing I have to say is what between my first and this show is ridiculous. Yeah. Oh, why did you include the aluminum retainer in the Phoenix, but not the VFD twin kit? So the Phoenix Portal didn't have aluminum bearing retainers. The Phoenix Straight did. And that was just because there's more strain on the transmission in the straight axle version than there is in a Portal version because of the extra reduction. So it was put into the straight axle version for the strength upgrade, where, and then in just the kit itself, it's just a spec to keep it somewhat reasonable. Yeah. So that's the whole story. 2 down, 2 to go. Any trucks of freedom plans? I make lots of plans, Adam. Whether or not there's time to make them all happen, you'll have to wait and see. Newer axle design over the Pro and Ultra. Right. Yes, that is exactly right. When you keep saying newer axles, are you referring to straight versus portal? Is there something new in F10? No. So yeah, RC Maniac, I'm referring to the fact that the Pro and Ultra had F9 axles versus the F10 axles in the in the Phoenix and Fordyce and H10, things like that. And they just use a knuckle that has more steering for the portal version, especially. Oh, thank you, Racing Case. Added the order. Oh, did it maybe censor you? Sometimes it only lets mods put links. Dang it. I'm scrolling, trying to find that link if you put it. I don't know where or how far it would have been. It's not letting me scroll any further up. Dang it. I apologize. It might have censored it. Sometimes it won't even show me just because it doesn't let anybody but mods put links. My bad. All right, I got to keep going. What's up, Mr. Audio? Mike J, they've been playing your freaking joke all night, stressing me out. I've dropped it like 3 times. Okay, that's why. It's just automatically censoring you guys, and it won't let it pop up because it's not a mod. It wasn't a link. Oh, you're talking about just the code? I did see the code. Mods are MIA. What would you say the weakest link in the Phoenix portal kit? I mean, if you put big power to it, you need to put the machine gears in the VFD twin. That would be it. Beyond that, you know, that's all this truck really is. Same gears, same axle shaft, same everything. The only thing I did was put machine gears in it. No, we're not. Phoenix is here. Wait, where's Dr. President Hawk to Oh, super close. Got a good name for your next truck. Buck Dandy. Hey, DD Hobbies. Thank you very much for becoming a new member. Much appreciated. Energy has bearing pullers on sale right now as low as $330. No way. Is that right? For these? Because I paid like $25 or $26 each for these. I wonder if they're not selling. If so, if I was you guys, I would buy all of them. Well, leave 2 for me. I want 2 more. That's wild. Those are $15. Okay, that's still cheap. It's really close. I'd probably be fine just tapping that in, but maybe I'll hit it a little on this side. Since it's the taper file, I know that I get a little bit off on one side versus the other. Oh, like it was machined. Is it nice? Nice. Okay. So now the one that is going to be an issue. Not you. What axles do you like in SX24? I have to start going through those this fall, getting ideas. Out of all of the ones that I tried, the OG RCs were the ones that I liked the most. They're +5 per side. And the universals in those and the turning on that was the perfect mix. The Muse axles I don't like. They're a lot of people like them. They're way easier to find. But they've got this double carding joint that's just a awful amount of it throws super far, but it also has just this weird geometry. I really dislike them. So the OGRCs are the ones that I way more preferred. If you can find them, they've got to be the +5s that come with universals. And the other bad thing is that their knuckles are the ones that you have to run because they're a wider spacing than the stock knuckles. So you have to run those. Mofo's X15s are great as well. I do have a bunch of the Mofo axles here as well to do some build with. I just don't know if they're going to steer like I want for the comps. So that's my biggest problem, is that I don't know that they can steer as much. So, okay. Here's my problem. So this last bearing pocket here, see those little things inside there? Those little guys are in my way of running a file all the way through that thing. So I'm thinking I need to get the Dremel and go to town on this thing, which that means I have to go to the garage. Oh no, John, wait, what? 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 I'm disappointed. What? Dremel for the win. Cue the music. That's going to be a bit of a pain. Use the tool you stuck in your fingers, scrape it. Yeah. What's your opinion on 3D printed metal stuff? It's good. This, I mean, so I did this in 2 materials, one aluminum and one stainless steel. I mean, you can feel the difference between them. It's wildly heavy in comparison. You're missing support on that shaft. Oh, as far as like having it the same as the other one, being that it doesn't have a gear that's rocking, shouldn't matter. You would only need it if it was like support for the gear. You have the gear that has 2 sides and you don't want it to move. So that's why you have 2 bearings. But on this, since you're eliminating that, I don't think that you would need it. So we're going to find out, but it shouldn't. Will it melt or burn? I mean, closer to the actual melting temp of aluminum. Yeah. If this gear is rocking, don't bother knocking. Why not just CNC those? Yeah, that will be the production version. This is just a 3D printed metal one to get it, just send it and be done with it. I made leaf mounts for them with the same service. It was quite surprised at the quality. Yeah, I mean, it really is. So anyway, I'll be right back. Ooh, music. Lo-fi, right? You guys liked that best? I'll be right back. didn't find it. I'm gonna go look once more. I'll be right back. Got it. Okay. So get ready for the noise. Okay. So I went pretty deep at the notches so that I could try and finesse it in there with the files still. $5 if he hits his finger. He's gonna be digging out metal for days. Ow. Only someone made a file that was powered. We're pretty close. I'll use my powered file. If I just tap this in. Where'd my wood block go? There it is. Power file is better than a pen file. God. Nope, not enough. I'm gonna giggle when it doesn't. like I still want that to go in 5 or 10 thou more. He's breaking out the whole shop. You could see some like witness marks where it was a little bit shinier. Yeah. That's about, yeah. I think that'll do. Everyone knows how anyone using a Dremel squints. Even if I was wearing safety glasses, I probably Dicom. Yeah, I'm not. No Dicom allowed in this shop. That shit is like anti-seize. Like it just gets everywhere. Okay. So where are we at? We're at an hour and a half. Yikes. All right. Top Chef comes apart awfully easy. No tools required. And now busting the side of the case. Sharpie works also. Yes, that is absolutely a method. I'm old. I have to wear glasses using Dremel. I have contacts, so I have a soft layer of protection. Pretty sure they're rated for Dremel usage. Did you end up making a video for the buggy build along? Not yet, but I'm going to this weekend and try and release the files alongside of it. So do I need, yeah. You need a button head on the bottom of the skid. Yes, Brett, I'm already running a button head down there for that same reason. Because the original design had that flaw, and that was my fault. Okay, both of those are out. Actually, Brett, I'm not running a button head. I'm not running anything. Just no screw there. Fine. Totally fine. Maybe I'll put a button head in its place. I'm looking very forward to it. Yeah, absolutely. I'm going to try and have it released, let's say Sunday at this point. It's 11 p.m. here. How much longer are you going? I'm guessing another hour and a half at least. At least. That is my guess at this moment. So case is split. To remove that rear bearing plate, we got to remove the rear dig lockout. Dropped out. Where did it go? Oh my God. Got it. It's like, did I lose? 8 p.m. for Josh. Yeah, 8:02 here in the magnificent state of California. At least the transmission was well greased. Magnificent. Yeah. Everybody knows I'm kidding on that one. Okay, I gotta pull those gears out. That gear, singular. That. Your other right. Yeah. Okay. So single gear out. And line up shafts. Bless it. Oh, off center. Verpine, thank you very. You going to the swap meet at the end of the month, Clint? Absolutely, yes. Verpine. Happy Friday, Josh. Do you do any racing stuff as off-road buggy truck or on-road tour? No, I only do. I only do crawling. It's the only type of RC that I really do. And so yeah, it's just the only one that I find that that enjoyment in. It, you know, I should do other RC. Actually, no, I didn't do anything. It's the only one I really enjoy. Oh, whoops. Pull the shaft out. Pull the shaft out. Blind Guy RC, thank you very much. Much appreciated. Good to see you here as well. Oh, it's almost like watching Josh do Legos. That was so much worse. So much grease. Why did I put so much grease? Hit that like button. Thank you. Why is this not seating? There's no should. I was just curious. Yeah. No, I know. It's I've tried other RCs many times, and it just isn't the talks about seeing blind guy rude. Make sure everything is good before I just send it home with some. Oh, this is This is why you're in it. Did you call me? She knows better. At least, see, she goes and checks YouTube rather than assuming I'm at like a bar. She knows better. And she'd be like, oh, good. You went. Nope. Playing with toys. Why that top is. There's that. There's that. What are you talking about? There shouldn't be any. Yeah, that's isn't that the exact same? Or are you talking about on the hex of the front output? I don't think so. Yeah. God bless it. That should be fine. Let's see. He popped in here as promptly. Oh, Matt. Yes, Matt did pop in here. Okay. Losing bearing shims. Should be fine. Yeah, sorry. I know, Nicole. You got to talk while you're doing it. I'm focusing at the moment. Talk too much, don't talk enough. She's never said I don't talk enough or talk too much, I should say. Let's see. The top shaft looks crooked. Be the cat. Be no, that cat is fine. I'm not even a mod. That's right. She's not. She doesn't want to be a mod. She just wants to be on there. Oh. Did I put my freaking I did. Whoops. I had my transfer case gear in there backwards. Okay. What? Oh, yeah, I am supposed to water the. I mean, if she doesn't tell me, how am I supposed to remember? I feel like that is not something that is my responsibility. So that fits fine now. Oh, that's where I'm touching. My tolerances on the outside of that 3D print need some work. That's okay. We'll double check that once more. That spins fine. I forgot to take the trash out today. I hope it lasts. I did not forget to take the trash out. I remembered that one. Did I get the right side? Yes. Why do I keep putting this gear in backwards? I guess I can't drive that until I put it all in there. Anyway, sorry. Idler gear is stuck. I'm 1,000 miles away from home. Yes. Yes, she is not in the same room. That is why she is giving me instructions on how to maintain life in our house. My wife basically has a freaking greenhouse in this. So I've got a notch for the gear in there, but I feel like it's slightly rubbing, and that is my main concern. I've fed the cats. They let you know when their feeder is low. They are very, very vocal about things like that. Don't get water on the orchid. We definitely do not have orchids. Yeah. So the transfer case shaft that goes in there, you can't see. Anyway, there's a relief on the boss. And I feel like my 3D printed tolerances, like my bearings, just need relieved a little bit. Just fit the retainer without the case. That all fits fine. Oh, you mean like put all the gears on? Yeah. I mean, other than things not being in like alignment properly, but should still be fine, right? So, yeah, in that case, yeah, it's just like right there. I mean, I'll tell you what, it'd wear in. But like I can feel it just ever so slightly. Like I wouldn't want to just let it do that and put all the metal shavings through the case. Preferably. The greatest benches. Oh yeah, this is we're actually about to own one. Nicole is going to start her bench baroness era by buying a bench. but it's in honor. So it's honor thy bench. Yeah, you can just see. So you can tell that this thing, that boss, is not quite a circle. Right there on the top part, there's a little relief in it, and it just, you can tell it's just like, yeah, just touching it. So we'll make it touch things less. I'm just going to do it with a file rather than throw shavings everywhere. Okay. What are you doing back there, Bobos? Chief is like underneath of my tool bench box. But once you do that, you're into the bearing pocket on the underside. Oh, it's like, I'm talking about like 2 thou. And I could be into that bearing pocket halfway and it wouldn't have an effect on it. If this was a machined part, I'd be fine. But it's just the 3D printed, like, fuzzy tolerance. Yeah. Like, I probably took way more off than I need, but I still have like 10 thou on that thin part of the bearing wall, or of the lockout wall, which again is not going to be under crazy issues of strength. Yep, there you go. Now you don't feel anything. Try and take that out while leaving everything retained. Josh, do you like the M12 rotary better than the original Dremel? I don't know if I like it better. I like it because I've got so many M12 items. So I like having just another M12 item rather than having a random drill or random rotary that has its own battery system that I either have to go buy more of that one or have to remember to charge it. Like, so that's why I do like it better, is just because it fits into the rest of my ecosystem. Leave that a little loose. Tink. So, man, it's hard to be that $30 Ryobi I just picked up. If you, yeah, I like all my stuff to just be in the same thing. It's a convenience thing only. Like, value wise, it's not the way to go. It's not compared to other items that cost the same amount, it's not as good. Like, it's not as good as a Dremel for the same money. But to be able to just have M12 batteries, swap it in there and go, it's worth every penny for me. I always know that I'll be able to run it no matter what. Let's throw a button head in the bottom. And since I didn't have one in there at all, obviously it's not that important. What are you doing, Chief? pouting in the corner. He's literally sitting and just staring at the wall. He's such a baby. But Nicole, you will know that Chief and Suki both slept with me last night, which is a big step for a first night that Nicole's away. Normally they will want to just die at the door, waiting for Nicole to come back. They're like, you're not her. It usually takes them 3 days before they warm up and be like, okay, fine, we'll come lay with you. Okay. Feels so good now. Dig goes in the dig side. Overdrive goes in the other dig side. Okay. We line up the pin. That's done. Excellent. Cooking with gas, as they say. What's going on? I'm a little late. We started by disassembling the moon buggy. Then I spent the last almost hour fitting a prototype 3D metal printed rear dig piece in place, because I had to file all the bearing pockets because it was 3D metal printed and didn't have any additional tolerance built in before I just sent it, because lazy. Jeremiah, thank you very much. I bought my rig with me to work tonight. The hardline bed is going to lay flat. Hell or high water. I have a hammer when you use it. Don't hammer anything. If there's something in the way, it could be the problem. Never use a hammer on an RC. Never. Hide tiny hammer. Okay. So that's on up a couple more. Now we're going to get to swapping in the new skid plate. I've been doing RC wrong for a long time, man. Hammer and a Dremel for clearance. One's for clearance, one's for interference. Which can be the same, but they are different. Clearance, that's when things like still get by, but it's like, it can live. Interference, that's Dremel time. I bought a hammer for my RC tool set. I have a couple even, so I'm not judging. One's for frustration. Like the old saying, can't be tight if it's liquid. What ESC or BEC would you recommend for running two Reefs 1100s? I'd probably pick up just the Castle BEC 2.0. This one here, or sorry, this is the regular one. This is the 1.0, 10 amp 1.0. This one's fine. 10 amp will run that. We'll run two of those 1100s without a problem. So that's what I would do. Check for clearance. Clarence, what's your vector, Victor? Okay. Those are all on. That's on. Those are free. Tighten up our rear dig dog. Dig dug. I didn't know Yak used makeup. Oh, was Nicole talking about her stop at Jeffrey Star Store? Did that? Oh, nice. Why did that all of a sudden? It all spun so freely. Oh, there it is. What did I just do? We're double checking what I did because double check. Damn that E-clip, right? We spun it all up beforehand, so I could have thrown the shift lever on the other side of the drive dock. Are VFD twins coming back? Yes, they are coming back. They're not going away. But there has been obviously a recent upsurgence in requests for them. So what did I do here? Did I use the wrong screw on that cover? Oh, on this bottom screw. I've done that before. Yep, that's the one. I got my screws mixed up and I put my long cover screws. So some of these screws that go on the top are longer than the ones that go in the side for the dig cover. And if you run too long of a screw in that dig cover, you'll put it right into the lower gear, the lower output gear. I've done that before. Now it's good. Whoops. Live feed issues. Sometimes you don't pay attention. All good. So that's why mine doesn't work. Yeah. You got to pay attention to the directions for that. The side covers all use these shorty M2s. They're like a 6 mil rather than like a 10 mil. Any thoughts on what sway bars will do to an optic? I mean, really, the time you would use a sway bar on something like an optic is where did I if you're trying to control the rear axle under more speed specifically. That is not how I've ever decided to really set mine up. While my test truck did have a lot of wheel speed, I didn't tune it for driving fast. So it's all those things. Have you thought of offering different skids for the Jimmy? What someone wants to run more? Yeah, I will make a standard VFD skid and possibly something like a deluxe portal trans. But the problem is, like I designed so much other stuff around it, like the interior and all that. So if I do offer them, it's just going to be like, it's like you're going to have to figure out the rest of it if you decide to do that. So it's going to have to be one of those things like, hey, it becomes not my problem if you want to change it considerably from where we started. I understand why, But yeah, so like butter. Now, the beautifully machined see the Delrin skid from Brazen, fly cut bottom and everything. So it's got a machined finish all across, and then it's all 3D'd. So it's got all the same design as the 3D printed one, which was not necessary. But Brett's like, I just like it. I want to do it. I'm like, okay. Don't lose the spacer. That's real nice, Clark. Now I do have to change screws here. I need to refill my screw bins. I did bring them home. Have not refilled. Sure that, yep. Okay. Sorry I didn't send you set screws for the links either. Uh-oh. I don't think I have any set screws. Those are a couple millimeter too long, I think. I don't want to over tighten and strip anything, so that'll be perfectly fine. Just use long screws, can't be that bad. Well, actually, yeah, I can just use long. That's what I have in it currently. Yeah, I guess I could use set screws and Brett's and then short screws on the outside, which would be easier to drop things without having to lose all the suspension links, but also then an extra step if I did want to remove suspension links. So probably no big deal regardless. So need a little bit longer screw for the rear because we have a spacer, which is, oh, that's perfect. So nice in that machined. So nice machined skid. All fits so nicely. So excited. So brazen scale, if you guys, he, like I said, he machined this, but he's got them up on his website. So there's a 3D printed file or 3D print file in the build along package. But if you wanted a machined skid, you can order them from Brett. They're currently on a pre-order. So he's going to be machining those shortly. There's a lot of machine time in these. So if you want to get one, you plan on doing the build along, you can order it from Brett. I would suggest you order it sooner than later so that he doesn't realize that he should just be simplifying it and making it less cool looking. But still, because he did so much extra on it that he didn't need to do just because it looks cool. So, but I've told him he should just simplify it. Oh, it's so nice. It feels so good. I know that skid didn't make a difference for how it feels, but it does. I need a couple without a logo. Too bad. All logos all the time. So loud. Yeah, exactly, right? So quiet. Mercedes. I think Chief must see a bug. ETA on Hertz digs by chance. Do you mean for the regular or for the VFD? What do you see, dude? Nothing. He's just being a weirdo. Okay. Anyway, for the VFD, very soon. I commandeered a bunch of them this last week or so. But they'll be back on the website very shortly. I made a modification to the packaging so that they are updated for people who are going to run them in an optic. So little things, but you'll see that on the next rounds that hit the website. I just want to sit here and spin it. Oh, I like it so much. But we're at 2 hours and 8 minutes. And if I want to get this thing put back together, I need to boogie. Because I still have to take more stuff apart. Josh, how would you go about adding dig to an SCX-10 II? The easiest way to that would be you can get a dig from us, Vanquish, the Hertz dig for the 3-gear. You just have to have a version of the 3-gear that has the separate motor plate. See, those are 35s, I think. And that's why you could get away with not having to do that and using a smaller set screw and then a shorter screw on the outside. That's a pricey fidget spinner. The other thing we're going to do while this is disassembled is we're going to do a quick tension check on any of our links that I couldn't access while in place. Night, Harold. Thanks for joining so far. Do I need to VFD transmission shaft set? Do I need to VFD transmission shaft set to upgrade my trans? I have everything else, I believe. No, you don't need the shaft set. Shaft set is the exact same in the VFD. Any shafts that need to be changed or whatever come with like the VFD dig upgrade. Okay. So out with the carbon PET carbon fiber. In with the beautiful Delrin. So get in your home. Can I get it all in there with it all assembled? I think I got to drop the transmission in separately. I don't, maybe I could fight it, but it's probably not worth really just hassling with it versus just doing it separately. Through the roof. Yes, that's whatever. We're assembled. We're disassembled by now. And if I do this, I can do one other thing that I ended up doing on my printed one. And I may do it on here too. It could just be because of my difference in fabrication versus my design, but add a little bit more tension. Yes. Donner Saturday or Sunday. Ernie ended up going to go to Donner on Saturday. Can't do Sunday up there. May do Sunday somewhere else, but it'll likely be further down the hill and less strenuous. So, okay. Oh, what I was saying as far as is I wanted to add I added a little bit of more clearance on my angles on my skid. That's good. And it could have been, I was saying, because of how I had everything fabricated. How about some thin metal so it will? Oh, for optic replacement panels will be in stock very soon. And other colors will likely become available before too long, but I don't have a date on when. Let's see. Josh, are you going to make a vid on your next Jimmy's build? Yes, I'm going to do a long form video, like one long video. And I'm going to do it with a inexpensive welder. There we go. That looks good. Feels good. Looking good. Feeling good. Okay. Oh, tell you what, those pivot balls fit so much nicer in the Delrin. Oops. Is there an estimated price for the front dig part? Not yet. Oh, the hammer. It's okay. Oh, damn, I can't use my Miller. If you have Miller money, yes, you can. I have a pretty inexpensive welder myself, but in the big picture. Okay, these are threaded the whole length. Just making sure before I try and ram it through until it starts threading. Just checking. Josh, why aren't you using your electric screwdriver? It's not a unreasonable question. I just haven't felt like it tonight, I guess. Also, I'm doing some things right now that I feel like are best done by hand to get things started. Like I haven't been having to turn enough wrenches to feel like I needed to use it. Just trying to make sure everything's lined. Oh yeah, I'm way off. There. Ooh, feels nice. Keeping it loose. And I need another. I had different screws in here to start because it was warranty void. 30 days or 30 feet, whichever comes first. New drinking every time Josh picks up the DeWalt to take a shot. Okay. These screws are long. Okay. Sticking a little out. Just goes right in there when there's not a screw in the way. Delrin really likes when you just send the screw in there, get everything nice and hot. Hey, Steve D gifted a membership. Much appreciated. Thank you very much. And K11RC got it. Very cool. I like that feature. That's so cool. I wish that I could just do it on my side. But I think that YouTube's just like, no, we like the money. Like I can't even just be like, hey, all mods get skid plates, get memberships. Nope, cannot. That's a long screw, huh? Melty skid plate. Okay. Now, I may have to take these screws back out, but I'm prepared to do so if needed. All mods pay like everyone else. Even Nicole pays. So I just pay Google some, like a little bit of money. Like, here, Google, you know what? You don't do enough. You do too much. Here's some of my money. I need to find. Oh, first, I should check. Okay. Whoops. Sorry, Brett. No, okay. I broke it. What do you think of the new Bugatti? Oh, I haven't seen. There's a new Bugatti. Turns out that's not in my typical shopping list. Line up. Oh, yeah, I just want a little bit more right there. Like I said, I ended up doing this on my. Well, I should check both sides first. That one's pretty excellent, but I feel like on the outside I could still push it a hair. Why not? While we're here, we'll just make sure that, especially if I end up with a little bit more flex. So where's my, so you can see on my my 3D printed one on this side, see how it looks like a beaver chewed that up a little bit? I didn't do it on that side, but there's some more beaver evidence. And a little bit there. Actually, oh yeah, right there as well. So for whatever reason, who's to know? Impossible to say. Couldn't be that the designer rushed through things, but I feel like it needs another. Sorry, Brett. Did such nice work. Carbon fiber, or sorry, Delrin, way messier than the aluminum. Eek, it's everywhere. Wrench on the H, where are we going? Gigawatt RC, thank you very much. Wrench on the H10, never powered on, just store it down. Transgears electronics installed 2.2 rides in a row. Just, why not? Just dive right in. Just full, I know, it's how so many of us. That noise can't, is it really that? Does it just stop it? Because that's good. I know. Thank you, Brad. Is Phoenix out of here? Night, guys. Later, Phoenix. Thanks for joining, helping the modding. I was really hoping you pulled out another hand file. Ah. Disaster. So much dust. Almost probably looks really drop the drive shaft. I'll take it to the air hose later. We're 2 hours and 28 minutes in. That's fantastic. Gonna be a long night. It's okay. How did your paint job hold up? Let's not call it a paint job, okay? But my carbon fiber with things added held fine. It looks just as good or bad as it did when it was created. However you would like to acknowledge its existence is up to you. Paint application. My clear coat application on the frame, not the pencils. Oh, the frame's fine. I can spray paint a tube chassis with the best of them. Oh, that's perfect. I noticed my need for a little additional clearance while I was in Colorado. Did you ever solve the top coat issue on the carbon fiber? Yes, I solved it like 96%. Roughly. But I know 100% what the issue is and how to never have that issue again in the future. So I feel good about that in general. I was talking with Rob Austin, who's in here at times, not right now, I don't think. He was earlier though. And he's got a lot of like actual aerospace carbon fiber knowledge. And I'm well aware that the method that I'm using is the hack job equivalent. But it was also, the way to do it in your garage. Like I have fancy tools to do carbon fiber with that I've never used because it seems like so much work. But the he gave me a pretty easy solution for the future. And I'll be trying that on the next goes arounds. Let's see. I've lined all my molds with shrink wrap. Seems to work pretty well. Yeah. Basically, that's what I'll be using. Heel ply, which is the equivalent of shrink wrap, but like, you know, no resin will stick to it, but also like nothing will stick to it. So like even tape or things like that won't stick to it. So like attack anyway. So I've got a method. I have peel ply here. So like if I would have had time to redo it, I could have used his method and likely not had any issues whatsoever. Dude, so much dust. Let me tell you though, that machine skid, so nice. So nice. Now, let's drop our transmission back in. What's the wheelbase length? 13 and a quarter, I think. 13 and a half, 13 and a quarter. It's basically what I set up all my buggies at. Well, it was nice. It's still nice. Like putting the links in it, so much smoother than a printed one. Try not to lose the spacer. Again, I lost the spacer. Wires fished into place. Oh, make sure the bearing is in the motor plate. Are you dropping in? Why is it not going in? What? What? Why? Everything appears to be in the same. Am I fighting that screw? Okay. Taking all the hardware out. Just make sure nothing's colliding. And now it drops right in. Okay. If Brett's here, he's probably like, what the hell? No, I think it was just the hardware like getting in the way. Oh, okay. Still perfect. Oh, so good. What do you think of the Silent Assassin ESC after the comp? I mean, mine worked flawlessly. It worked great. It seemed like it had good control for me the entire time. I didn't have any instances where I had like I wanted it to do something smoother. Like it would absolutely creep when I wanted it to creep. It has a nice big BE, or I shouldn't say big. It has a BEC inside that was capable of running the two raw 100s that I was asking it to run. Which, that's not nothing. I don't know how big the BEC was. I think I looked it up because I was questioning it. And I think it was like 5 amp or something like that. Either way, it was enough for what I needed. Seems like Matt's prices were rather stiff at the comp. That's a great comment, actually. So yes, but mine were the exact same way before I ran them and broke them in. Matt, the first time Matt drove his truck, really, other than in that one running video he did, was at the comp, and mine were also stiff at first, and I was like, "Ooh, I don't know about that." I was like, "I don't know that I like the flex on this." But after the run, I tested the night before, did some running, and then running it in 2.2 the next day, especially with the bigger tires, a little bit more weight, everything really kind of came into its own, and then we were on. So it really just needed a little bit of running first. And, I realized that immediately after I ran mine. I was like, oh, it got so much better after, an hour of running, or actually way less than an hour. It was probably 2 battery packs. Got that servo wire wedged underneath the transmission. There we go. Got it. Was that the leaf sprung rig? No. I ordered some prices for my H10. Oh, I never really, this is the first time that I've ran a semi-droop shock that I was happy with. Drive shaft. Get on there. There we go. Got it. Sorry. Sometimes you just have to shut up and concentrate. That's hard for me. So I've got 2 more sets of prices on the way. One that is slightly longer, 10 millimeters longer than the set that I'm running. And you could have told him. I did. Actually, we discussed it. So I should have taken a video, because the night before the comp, we before the 1.9 comp, so the day after the first comp, he I should have taken it, because he was sitting on the couch watching TV, just holding his truck, doing this, just flexing it, flex, 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 flex. It was pretty freaking funny. Okay. So Josh is the reason my order is taking 2 months to be built. Yeah. So the oh man, the list of shocks definitely got pretty long after the build along guys all jumped on. So, oh, Clint, your shocks looked way better than Matt's on course. Yeah. And Clint was saying, because Clint was on the build along, he did the purple one. And when he initially tested, because he tested his truck before he left, weird. He was just like, this truck's too stiff. So Clint changed his shock setup to like a more traditional style and used some SADs. because he noticed the same thing. I noticed it on the bench, and I was just like, it'll be fine. And I was right, luckily. But I didn't know I was going to be right. Oh, shit, I was going to print that piece. Ah, man. Let me see if I've got Discord open. I do. Let me see if I can search that real quick. See what Jeff called it. Wire cover. Oops. I meant to search, not user. I can search by user. What is Jeff's? Is he Rex Racer? Yes. Okay. Oh, that makes it so much easier that I can search passenger wire shroud. Boom. Now I can get that printing. My prices for the buggy just came in. Got the offset rod ends too. Yeah. So the one that I got, another 2 more sets coming. One, like I said, is 10 millimeters longer, and it's running the offset rod ends. So it'll give me a little bit more flex, but not much difference in what would you call it? Overall ride height. So, all right, let's actually, since I'm at share screen, I do this bamboo. Share. Prepare. Add from my downloads, wire shroud. So this is a piece that Jeff, Rex Racer 19, Mod 19, he goes by so many names. And let me just look. Is there a better orientation? No, this seems fine. So we'll turn support on, and we'll just leave it normal. I'll do, what is this set up for? Yeah. Carbon PLA, which is fine. 54 minutes. Oh, that's like forever. That's fine. Should have got that done long ago. Oh, shoot. My login isn't. For some reason, it is not connected. Oh, if I can't connect. He wants to know how much my axles weigh and top half will weigh, but I don't have the aluminum axles planning on running, so I don't know what number to tell him. Well, if you're running this truck, it's got the aluminum axles. I'm running brass portal covers in the front, and then I gave him roughly so like you can just tell him to run the same setup of this as if it works. What design program is that? That's just my slicer for the bamboo printer that I have. So I need to connect to my device though for some reason. Is it off? No, it's on. Why does it not see it? I don't print from in here very often, so it seems to have logged me out. Boy, should just go do it from the other computer real quick since it's already fixed. Well, this is less than awesome. Don't remember what email I used. Okay. I'm gonna go figure this out on the other computer. Do you want me to guys go do that, or do you want to call it at this? This isn't Sunday. Why 3D printing? Give me a minute. I'm gonna go just get it started on the other computer. I'll be back. Music. I'm gonna go with Into Space this time. All right, that's printing. I'll be right back. I got to go into print. Then I had to go relieve. Turn the music off. We're back. Intermission? Yes. Did he just put us on hold? Jump over to pre-order your skids now. A Vader KMP. I feel like he has been around this channel one of the since way back. Like, I'm sure a lot of you have. I just seem to remember his name. So I'm gonna get these items set back up first. I'll retest some endpoints, things like that, before I rebutton up. Oh, I need to put the other drive shaft on. That's important. Had to boop. That would have been fast. Unhappy kitty meows, yeah. Chief gets unhappy when he's not getting the attention. Phase your drive shafts, gents. Oh, remember, tip your waitress and always phase your drive shafts. Okay. Let's line it. Okay. Little Loctite. Explain phasing, please. Okay. I will take off this drive shaft first. I'll retake this off. So is that a plastic drive shaft? No, it's the incision drive shaft. So a drive shaft U-joint like this, as you spin this side, call it the input side from the transmission, as it spins, if you have a constant speed coming in here, this drive shaft will not spin at a constant speed because the nature of a U-joint, it has a slow rotation point and then a fast rotation point. So if you were just to put this in a drill, we've got an hour of 48 minutes of 3D printing. So there's YouTube videos on this you could watch if you like. But we're going to explain it also. No hold music. So I guess we'll just do one side at a time first. Okay, so let's see if we can put something on here that you can see. Grab a piece of tape. Is this a YouTube video? That's true. So if you have a drive shaft that's perfectly straight and you spin it, it will be perfectly, it will spin at a constant speed. But if I take this and I move it at an angle, it's going to go fast, slow. Like you're going to see it at different points go like half fast, half slow as the rotation goes. And like I said, there's better demonstrations, but if you hold it, you can actually feel it go fast, slow, fast, slow, fast, slow, fast, slow. Now, if you take your drive shaft and you take the ears of this side and you purposefully don't line them up with the ears on the other side. I'm going to put them at 90 degrees. That is going to mean that when you match the angle of the outputs, it's going to be even worse at the fast. It's going to be twice as bad. So your drive shaft is going to go real slow, then real fast, then real slow, then real fast, over and over. So because both joints are, exaggerating it or additive. This is garbage. The fast slow is being added because they're stacking on top of each other since they're at 90 degrees. Now, when you take and you line up both ears of the shaft like that, and you match the input and output angles so that the fast and slow is the same amount. Because like we said, when it's at flat, there is no difference in speed. When it's at, a theoretical angle of maximum, it would be like dead stop, then infinite. So, but it doesn't operate at that angle. So obviously that's not true. But if your input angles are the same, meaning this angle coming in and this angle coming out, and you have everything lined up, the output speed will be the exact same RPM as the input speed, which should be a constant. But if this angle is flat and this one is down slightly, you're still going to get a little bit of that fast flow. And if you have things super out of what, like a little bit is going to be fine. You're not going to really notice it. But the worse that it is, if you don't line things up, you can find your wheels like doing this weird chatter. For example, many of you have probably experienced your front tires when you turn them all the way and they kind of go, they're chattery at full steering. That's the exact same thing as what we're talking about here, but an axle shaft is just one half of a U joint. So as you steer to max, it does that fast, slow, fast, slow, fast, slow. That's what you're experiencing there. And that's why it does that. So that's the idea behind a double cardan joint when you have two U joints in one area, is that still no, actually that's not really true at all, because it doesn't match the angle. Doesn't matter. Forget that I said that. Phasing your drive shafts is important if you want a smoother drivetrain. So line up the ears of your drive shaft on your axle shafts. You may find that some cheaper drive shafts won't do that. So like if they're not machined so that they're timed so that everything can line up, since they're machined separately, then you will have that issue. But that's what phasing drive shafts means. If you want like a good visual representation, just do a quick YouTube search for phasing universal shafts. There's some like really good of like those old school like 50s instructional videos that they do it with like Tinker toys to like show you, here's why it goes fast, slow, and here's how, everything lines up. So anyway, I rambled without looking at everything. So Hack Shack RC, thank you very much. But anyway, double cardan joint allows for more angle. Yeah, it's just more angle. I was just talking, and yeah, that's the only reason is more angle. So when are we doing? We are on comp. I'm ready to come over the hill and set some gate. Clint, we're talking about going to Donner tomorrow afternoon, but it's going to be later. It's not going to be early, and it's Nathan and I. So, but if you're looking to get back out, so anyway, I'm going to put this drive shaft back on. But we did kill a few minutes, so make constant velocity joints. Yeah, I know what you mean. It's a strength thing in RC. Like CV joints in RC or CVDs are not CVDs. They're just, they're just a different shaped universal joint. There was a company called Pure Spider out of Italy that made a true like Burfield style axle shaft for RC. They were pretty cool. I had a set in 2015, maybe. All right. Drive shafts going back on. Blue drive shafts need paired, not phased. That is such a deep joke. SEMA joke and a tech joke all at once. It's like a fourth wall break. There's a joke your dad's not going to understand. Josh, was Pure Spider the same guy that made the selectable OD for the twin hammers? Oh boy, I don't don't know. I can't remember if that was the same Italian people or not. Yeah. Checking from Wisconsin, drove from Independence, Kansas to Wisconsin with a camper, 2 dogs, 110 years and 16 months. Oh, wait. Oh, 10 years old, 6-month-old puppy. Okay. 110-year-old dog. H10, CJ7, and a wide max 4S. That's a solid stable of rigs to bring along with, dog and camper included. Hopefully it was an uneventful trip. You never know with campers, man. Blow a trailer tire. Okay. Where's my 1.5? There it is. Broke one of the rails on my beardy carbon. What glue you suggest for using or other trick? Ooh. Yeah, I don't know about gluing that back together. That's a tough one. You can epoxy carbon, like, you know, JB Weld carbon type stuff, or JB Weld epoxy, but that's going to be about the limits of your luck with that. Casey and Casey most sucked. Michigan is the next stop for 10 days. Okay. Wires routed through there. We're in good shape. All right. How did you break your rail in your V80 Yeah, I would be interested to know too. Did you like take the bumpers off? U-joints, back in my day, we used dog bones and we liked it. We grind those suckers down so that they would steer just one leg of that dog bone and spin it around and then come to the next one. Grinding down dog bone cups. How many of you have done that? Does anyone know of a company that makes rock sliders and rear bumper for an axial rate? I don't know. A buggy like that, similar to the, I mean, it's kind of similar to one of these or like an H10. Like, you don't normally add sliders or bumpers to a chassis like that. It's not like a ladder frame chassis. Like, you wouldn't do that in real life because the tube chassis is the slider. Toxic Crawlers got me some TGH wheels on sale yesterday for $40 before they sold out. I saw that he had like just dumping them. I was like, oh, there's a name I haven't heard in a while. Wordy did for the 1.9 Ray. Yeah, while back. Wanting to get an origin body for the Ford Ice. Will the sliders be available again? I'm not going to say no, but not soon. Those were like, we just had those sliders were just still around from when we produced the Origin originally. So like 2017. 2017? Yeah, 2017 was when and that's just what was left, and they just recently sold out. Everything's looking good on the print. It's good. Whatever happened to Squirrel OD? So his name was Brian. I did a build for him in 2015 of a mud truck and a couple of other. He was such an interesting dude. So he was in tech of some sort up in the Pacific Northwest, and that dude he approached YouTube so differently than anybody else I've ever talked to. He had a big RC channel back in the day, and I would talk to him on the phone every once in a while. He would shoot and edit, upload all of his YouTube videos for a year ahead of time, schedule everything out, and that was it. He didn't touch YouTube until he was ready to upload and do everything again. And it was wild. He was like chest down, reviewer. You never saw his face. He had a really distinct voice. He had good videos that were instructional. They wouldn't be like today's type of YouTube videos, really. It was just a very different type of channel, but YouTube was different back then. And he would do, custom builds and all that, and that would all be part of the videos that he would upload for the year. And then he just got sick of it, I don't know why. I don't know why he deleted it, but he deleted his entire channel. And he was a dude that had a lot of sense for so many things. Like he needed Squirrel OD, is that what his name? He just came back on. Wait, what? Is that what's his name? He just came back. Jeremy the Quartery? No, I don't think that sounds. His name was Brian. But when I would talk to him on the phone back then, when like my YouTube channel would make $100 every couple months, something like that. It made very, and he would be like, listen, all these other YouTubers are doing it wrong. There's anything they make, they're spending back on the channel. He's like, you can take and fully fund IRA with everything, make it work back for you in the long run, do this, have that. Like, he was a person who had a very like wildly lined out life plan, knew what he was doing. Like, he didn't need YouTube money for anything. He was a really interesting, smart dude. And I haven't talked to him in years. I haven't talked to him probably in 2017, maybe. I made some custom links for him and some like very long links that he needed for something, but yeah. He had a huge channel. I think he's got like 60,000 links. Oh, that's a different. This, Squirrel OD, I think he was probably up over 100,000 when he deleted his channel and all his videos. Millions of views. He and Jang were both odd ducks. Yep. Jang is still on YouTube doing the Lego stuff and making way more money. Of course, Jang was one of the guys that I followed really closely during all of the COPPA stuff, which is the basically the parental or like advertising to children issue, and something we were concerned about for RC because it can be considered a child's toy. Logically, so we were worried about it. And he was so vocal, and he's a smart guy. He had really good information, really good points, and so I followed him closely in all of his opinions through all of that legislation. It was interesting. But there was God, do you guys remember it was like Leprechaun 88 or something? It was Jeremy, I think, and his wife or girlfriend at the time. I don't remember what her name was, but I think his name was Jeremy, and they had a pretty decent sized channel back in the day. And then I'm pretty sure that they went they like broke up and the channel went away, or like it didn't go away, but just became dead. And then it like popped back up for a second, but then went away. I don't know why I want to think her name was like Tamara or something like that. So I'll have to look that up. I'm pretty sure it was like Leprechaun 88. Let's see. Is that the two Aussie blokes? No, I'm pretty sure they were US. Pretty sure that they were maybe east side of the country. I bet somebody can find it. Somebody with YouTube Premium, so I don't have to leave the stream. They can do another search. Kind of girl does a lot of reviews a few years ago. Oh, this was quite a few years ago. 6-8 years ago, something like that. Jeremy pops back up now and again. Oh, really? Interesting. I haven't seen anything for a long time. There was a guy named Frog or something like that. He was popular. I don't remember him. Unless people were in like the crawling space, I don't necessarily have a great remembrance of that stuff. But you guys remember my friend back in Kansas City, Aaron, who was Evil Villain RC, but it was EVOL, Evil Villain RC. He did all of like the Vanquish videos back in the day as well. He was doing YouTube before me. He kind of was the one who got me started doing it. Like I had done some videos for like educational stuff beforehand, but he was the one who got me more pushing on it, like regular stuff. I kind of remember that channel. Yeah, he was good old Bender Customs. Yep, Brad's still around. He's still in the business. He's just he's a social media consultant. He could probably use to update his RC stuff a little bit, like the social media stuff he posts. You're like, oh, that's Brad's stuff, because that is still hanging around from like 2010. I remember when Traxxas made the Telluride and people were pissed because it was exactly what Jang had built a couple years before. Oh, I don't remember that at all. Let's see. Started it out as an HBF. Reeves Concepts lives near Ty now. Yep, I've heard that. Yeah, my YouTube motivation peaked way too early. Oh, YouTube motivation is a tough thing to have. All right, so so much work left to do. I just want to have this part so that I can 24 minutes left. What time is it? 9:45. I do need to re-solder on my It's there. There we go. Strip a little bit of this sheeting back. I'd probably just use my fancy strippers, but there we go. I heard that they're getting ready to release a 6x6 motorhome. I feel like I should resolder that negative side too, just because it the coal's gone and you aren't gonna get the factory strippers out. Wow. Uh yeah, I'm gonna resolder that negative side just because I feel like it's not in the best shape. Okay. Might as well repin those wires too. No. Do I want to put no? I don't want to put the interior back in until I get the wire shroud in and I can deal with all of that. Scale art makes a really nice Unimog. Yeah? I think that you could find a real Unimog for slightly less than the scale art one. Why am I hearing periodic noise in the background when you're talking? The 3D printer. The noise canceling kills it when I'm not talking. But when I'm talking, you can hear it at the same time. Look at that mess. Bruh. You have no idea how much worse it is on either side. Disgusting. Ooh, I didn't watch any of free practice today for Formula. I will not bring that up. But okay. Let's guys, did you see any leaks? No, I don't think there's anything in here to leak currently. Lando looked good again today. Oh no. Thank you on no formula. Yes, I will not. Oh wait, that's better than mine. It's it's beyond the point where it's making me like uncomfortable. If I wasn't doing a live stream tonight, this would have been my project. But that's okay. More than anything, I wish I would know why my telemetry plug did not work in my receiver when I plugged it in last. It only goes in there one way, and it just didn't want to work. I guess it is what it is. But we can probably put the files away, yeah? Yeah. Scale hard. Nope, need that out. I've torqued my rod ends down. Josh, your only thing got leaked. The only subscription I have is my channel members. Come join it. Red to black, the Cletus. Dan Wilson's just texted me. He was installing his dig piece tonight as well. Dig piece. Sounds wrong. So get that done. I'll get that installed. The rest of this is going to be pretty easy. Do I bore you guys with the rest of this live stream? Our numbers are down for good reason. This is not exciting at this point. I apologize for that. But I'll keep it going for a little while longer. At least I'll show you what this wire shroud looks like. 9 minutes. So I almost got the H10 back together. Damn it. I'm in for the long haul, working too. I'm having fun just hanging around. I have a telescope. Wait, I have telescope videos to watch. Telescopes? I'm not mad at that. Telescopes are pretty awesome. Oh man, they're starting to close roads and highways. Where are you at, Justin? You South Dakota, Iowa, South Dakota. I'm guessing. I'm listening while I 3D print and do paperwork for the week. Hey, Robbie, what's going on? I love these types of videos. That's not why I have South Dakota. What part of South Dakota, Justin? Nicole and I are trying to get back up to South Dakota before. Well, we have never been together. Actually, yeah, we have. We were up there for a wedding. Doesn't matter. Not important. But we want to go do the Black Hills together. We have not done that together. What axle would you recommend to make the optic four-wheel steer? I mean, preferably a second H10 front axle. Test your endpoints? Tim Sanders. What a great idea. Good thinking. I need to make sure that my wires are away first. Welcome to Edge TX. Everything clear. Oh, I don't have. I said I got to put that other linkage on. I forgot to do that. Oh, I forgot I had another Topo Chico in here. Josh, is Dan Wilson one of the owners of Vanquish? Nope. He's just one of our. He's the shipping guy. Dan handles every. He basically touches every order, and so he does. Certain times of the year, there's more help that comes in for him. But if Dan has his way, nobody else is in his room. Is that a dig lever on your rig? Yeah, it's a handbrake. Dig. Cutting brakes. Damn, it's still raining. Oh, Mitchell, the corn. That's right, Justin. I remember you saying that. Mitchell, South Dakota, the home of the Corn Palace. I have been. I have attended the Corn Palace myself. Nicole has never had the pleasure of visiting the Corn Palace, the one and only Corn Palace. Get the little 12.5.5 millimeter box end. Is that too tight? Might have been too tight. Yep, it was too tight. Now it's good. Solid. The Corn Palace is currently flooded. What? What? Oh no. Is there more help coming? Sorry, is there more help coming in around the beginning of July? Good morning from Germany. Good morning. Guten Tag. Muy bien. You too? I cannot for the life of me find an 8mm socket that fits my VP wheels. Any suggestions? Robbie, there's a little adapter that comes with like RTRs and kits. The little tiny black adapter that goes on a regular 7mm, and it'll work on any of, oh, it's right here. This little guy. That's an 8mm, and that's a 7. So it'll work on your regular T-wrench. But that comes in all of the RTRs and stuff in like the spare parts bag, and that will perfectly fit inside of that bore. So that works excellent because it's designed to work perfectly. Okay. Welcome to EdgeTX.
Welcome to EdgeTX.
Excuse me.
0 volts.
Cool. It defaults to 4-wheel drive. I couldn't remember which way I had it defaulting to. Can I buy that piece separately? I don't know if you're saying. Yes, you can. It's like $6 or something like that. Or next time we're at an event, you can have one of mine. Or you can get one from like RC Country. They should have them, or if not, they could grab one for you. But yeah, they're cheap. Little adapter thing. And I've taken and like epoxied one into a regular T-wrench that I carry with me in like my regular bag, just so I have it with me. But if you let me know next time we're somewhere, you can have one of mine. I have enough, and I know where I can get more. Alrighty then. Oh. Looking good. Yeah. Just making sure I put all the bolts in. Twin digs. All good. Yeah. Unplug this thing. My dash working? Yep. Sounds like it's getting close.
Telemetry lost.
Telemetry lost. Go. Mr. Buck, this show is on again. Thank you for. We were only waiting because we hadn't seen you yet. So, Twinkie dig. I'm coining. I'm curious in your thoughts on rear burn. Did you drive Clint's? No, no, I didn't. I mean, I've had rear dig on like many cars in the past, but it's because like I mean, like all I ever used to do was like MOA stuff with comp crawlers. So like we always had rear dig. It just wasn't very useful unless you had four-wheel steer like in the super class, and I didn't drive my supers as often, and we just so rarely needed that. Like even when I did, it was, those trucks were so capable that you just rarely needed it still. But in these trucks, I think it'll just be fun. So, and there was lots of instances where I was like, I feel like I could be nice to maneuver this around. Whoop, whoop. This is why I asked, because I really enjoy it. Yeah, it's just a fun little extra. What's happening, Jeff? My name's Jeff. What material would you recommend for building a cage and brazing for a moon buggy? So I use 3/16 inch DOM steel tubing, and I get it from stockcarsteel.com. Stockcarsteel.com. I believe that theirs is technically under the hydraulic tubing section now. They've changed it a little bit. If you go to like my original moon buggy video, I linked to the product specifically, and I buy it in 3-foot length. And this cage, I think, was like 11 feet, somewhere like that. So yeah. Noob question: what's the advantage of a front dig? So this truck now has front and rear dig, but front dig is when you lock the rear and you spin just the front. So when you do that, if actually the last video I did on this, you can see, but like you lock the rear and you can then almost pivot in place around a tire to spin around super quickly. So turning is as tight as possible. You can also use it at times when you're climbing, and if you had 4-wheel drive, it would want to flip you over. It's like infinite overdrive, basically, in a loose term. So like you can hit dig, let the front work while you try and get a little bit of traction, and once it hooks, go back into 4-wheel drive, and the momentum can carry you up. That's a use for it. Those are the most common uses. I just added rear dig, so the rears will now spin. And it is not always useful in a normal car, but if you have 4-wheel steer, it's the same thing as we just talked about with the front, except, normally it's not so useful because your tires are just stuck there and you can maneuver it a little bit, but now with having, a maneuverable rear end, you can move it around. So here's my 500 pennies just for those grippy grapplings. Mr. Buck, I am not a real Dr. Dandy. Front dig is for super nerds only. Only dig. Josh, what wall on the tube? 0.035 inches. 3/16 diameter, 0.035 wall. And 4 minutes left on that. Did Gene show you the Caliph chassis? No, but I saw Kyle's post on Instagram, the Caliph Redding chassis. They're pretty cool style. It's not my like ultimate favorite, but I do like that it's different. I like the inset V bar on the windshield. That was why I liked the Off-Road Armory buggy, because it had that inset look, which is very different. Like it doesn't look right most of the time, but it's something different. It's hard to be different with tube chassis that are supposed to be so minimal. Like aesthetically and like the big picture, it's not my thing, but I like different. And that was why I kind of did the Jimmys, because normally all these moon buggies, they just stop at that front tube. But when Jimmy's 4x4 did theirs, they integrated all into that front bumper setup, which you just never see on a buggy like this. So I was like, I like that a lot. I want to do that. And that, come here, bub. Come here. I like the offset one that K-Pec drove. Yeah, the old asymmetric moon buggies used to be so popular back in the day. It's the. Do you know the length of the lower rear links on a stance? 126 millimeter link, I believe. It's like right in there somewhere. 126 millimeters. Jimmy's is going to be my first weld job. Ah, nice. Well, yeah, I I think that there's a lot of things that it's all practice. But TIG welding, if you've ever soldered, it feels so much like that, just faster. You don't have to be as patient. You need to do it, stick it together, done. So it's a lot of fun. You just got to get real used to being able to hold that tungsten, a millimeter and a half off your puddle, and then getting used to feeding in your filler wire, with one hand, just to kind of, so moving that tungsten while feeding in your filler. I'm not what I would call a coordinated person. If you ever see me playing a sport, you will not be impressed. But TIG welding, man, a little bit of a zen. Just too fun. Too much fun. Someone said the Verdi carbon rear links work as high clearance links for the H10. Can you confirm? I cannot confirm. I wouldn't run, like myself, I wouldn't run high clearance links on a buggy. It's just not my thing. Like I wouldn't run it in the full size world, and I like the buggies to be like that style, but I don't know the length difference. Oh, you know what I didn't do? I printed that in black carbon rather than the blue that everything else is printed in. But, oh well. One more thing that doesn't match the theme. All right. So Jeff, he designed this part off of his buggy, and it's a wire guide and a spur gear shroud for the back. Now, he designed it for his, which he made off of my jigs. So we'll see how well it fits. Or if I can get it all in there. Oh, shit. Yeah, it all lined up perfectly. So nice how consistent these buggies are from one to the other. Let's see if anything rubs when I tighten it down. This is one thing that I didn't include in the build along files, but I did talk to Jeff and he was good with me sharing any of his stuff. So that was the other thing Jeff did, is these inner fenders that I've got on here. He designed those. Oh, it's perfect. No rubbing there. We'll double check that the linkage clears. Does it clear? Oh, I feel like I could lower. So I've got a 3 mil spacer on the front side of my linkage there, and it's making that link touch. So I'm just going to take that spacer off. It was just there to make the flat link that I have perfectly flat, but it's not that needed. So, Josh, what material is that? It is carbon fiber PLA from Bamboo. One of my favorites. It's so good. It prints so well. It looks so nice. It, you know, like layer lines. Like that's at 0.2. Like you can see them, but like it's not. It just looks so nice. So, okay, I'm going to take that spacer, yeet it over there. God, how much freaking Loctite did I put on this? All of it. Does the carbon fiber stabilize the PLA temperature-wise? I don't know that for sure. Do you leave the hubs on the axles for transport? Or is it because the riot center? It is because the riot center caps. Seriously, I used an unreasonable amount of Loctite. Like, I feel like I'm going to break this screw off. Like, it's coming out, I think, but like, yeah, it is. But Jesus, I was really scared of losing a linkage. Oh, this is, oof, this really feels like bad news. I'm just using these needle nose as something to hold the. Oh, there we go. Just holding the shift lever arm so it didn't keep trying to rotate. Yeah, I just used a crap ton of. I think it's oozed out everywhere. Oh, let's drop the spacer. I didn't need that thing anyway. I am going to find a new piece of hardware though, because I'm afraid of what that head and everything looked like after. Do I have any flathead hardware in that length? Yep. There's one of the links that I knew I needed to refill. These are two different links. I'll go with the shorter of the two. I've heard of purple Loctite, never used it, or heard of it. I've heard of purple Loctite, never used it or heard of it. I am going to use Loctite again, but I'm going to use what I consider to be a reasonable amount. I get why I overused it the first time. Last thing I want is to lose my linkage while on a course at an event that I traveled for. No, I'm not going to do that. Did you help Vanquish with the overstock problem of screws? Yes, my hardware comes from work. Okay. So my link angle now is still really good. You guys remember what Matt's link angle and how ridiculous that was? Because he had the servo upside down. See, mine is just that flat plate of aluminum. Actually, I have a spacer on both sides. I think it's probably okay on top because I know he had a screw head on top at least. So receiver plug in the way. Come on. So much crap in these buggies. There we go. Oh, I lied. There it goes. Finally. Wait till you see the bag of hubs. No, the bag of hubs is gone. It's empty. We've used all of those over the years. Now, I have a bigger bag than the bag that I had here at work still. So that bag may have to come here now. But like, yeah, that whole bag is empty. That's how many wheels we've built on this live show and non-live shows. Oh, perfect. Oh, that's such a good cover. So all of this crap that has to get shoved in there. So that cover now covers up the dig linkage and protects the spur gear back here. So not everything is, well, it's the wires you're worried about, right? That was a crap ton of hose. I know. And yeah, the bag is, I threw the bag away because it's gone. It was empty. Like I remember the other day I had to like look for it. I was like, oh crap, I'm out of hubs. I'd like go find like there's a bag of servo horns still. Let's see. but it's a smaller bag. I mean, it's still a lot of servo horns, but there's maybe, I don't know, 50 in there. Those hubs, there was hundreds. So, but like these servo horns on here, there's 4 servo horns on this truck. They were all from here, or all from that bag. You can see the blem anodizing on them, or the blem lasering. So, okay, that's in there. Oh, that's real nice. Is that the horny bag? Fired. Dad jokes rejected. So we get our power plug back up front, and we've got to get our telemetry wire that didn't work in the first place back up into the receiver. Maybe it'll work this time magically after it just gets plugged back in. Where's my dental pick? It's right there. Son of a... This is a pain. $6. I'm not counting the servo horns. Not there we go. Not tonight, at least. Josh, can you just grab stuff from work? Yeah, for the most part, within reason. Like, it's all being used for the greater good. So, where's my dab tool? I don't even know I know what a dab is, but I don't know what a dab tool is. What do you need a tool for with dabbing? I guess you put in the stuff, like the wax with a tiny spoon. Okay. Well, that helps with a little peace of mind of keeping stuff out of harm's way. But it still means I gotta secure this business in here. Zip ties. 1,000. Well, you're still on sick. It's a flathead screwdriver, essentially. Okay. So I'm going to put a temporary piece of hardware in the front power plug mount. Hold that. Hold it. Oh, this is so much less stress. Oh my goodness. What a nice piece, Jeff designed. I highly recommend anyone that builds one of these considers printing this. Okay. Let's see, titanium cage. No, this cage is carbon steel. I have some titanium cage stuff, but as nice as it is, it's sure a lot easier to work with carbon. Where are my flush cutters? I think I just kept putting stuff away. How many AR-60 axles do you have in that pile of junk desk? None. I don't believe that I have any AR-60 stuff sitting around other than what I use to build my bomber. What is the buggy on the top shelf? This one? Is that the one you're talking about? That's my woods runner. So a VS 410 chassis with a cage style that I've had 3 of now. No, in the middle. Oh, that one? That's a oh, sorry. That one that you can almost not see. That's a UC Fab. I think it's just the moon buggy, JHF moon buggy. Oh my god, I can't believe how much easier that was to get all those wires situated with that setup. Oh, I saw it in the member video. Ah, no, one more down, one up, one. Okay. Slide to the left. Slide to the right. Why is that not lining up? There it goes. Let's snap into place and you know it's good. 60% of the time, it works every time. We're almost there, gents. Not sure why you watch this, but thanks for the motivation for me to keep working. Because at least if I have a live feed on, I feel the obligation to not just get on my phone and start mindlessly scrolling through social media instead of getting stuff done. Maybe I'm using too long of a screw. I don't remember. Okay. It's 7:30 in Paris. Hey, that's not so bad. Can't stop. You have a date tomorrow. Best in show off. Okay, we need sure that I used that screw somewhere else already. Reusing hardware. Crazy. Shoot. Get in there. There we go. I've got a little notch cut out in the dash for getting the tool to actually fit in where it's supposed to be. You don't start. There it went. Yeah, I got it. What grease do you use for gears and diffs? You know, I'm not one to like say what grease you use is super important. I use the Vanquish grease. We sell grease. It's a lithium based with a couple of additives that we have a local company that does grease. We told them what we were doing. We told them what we were after. We also wanted the grease that we had to be a like a food safe grease. So because it is much easier on like export laws and things like that, and getting it into states, and as far as what is harmful, things like that. Like we would never advertise it that way, but it was for something that it allowed paperwork to be easier, and it works fine, works well. I use it in my stuff, and it, so. But you know, I've used so many different greases in the past that just find one that's available to you, and it'll probably do the job real well for a while. Let's not the heart button. Wait, what? Oh, he said it's supposed to say button. He said bottom. I still read it button. Hit the heart button. How do kids do it now? Do like that? I don't know. I feel like I'm flashing gang signs. So you're saying we can eat it? No, I'm not saying that. I would never advertise that. It's going to taste real bad. And it's going to dye your mouth blue for a while. I promise. Not that I know, but I'm just saying. Oh, I need. Oh, that screw is what you would call loose on my rear servo. Oh boy. I get it. Nope. I get this to it. Where'd that? There we go. Oh, way better. Let's see. Josh, why is the rear shock angle so vertical? It's a rear steer buggy, so it's something, you know. I've got the front a little bit more laid down, but the rear, I just wanted it that way. It's also for scale reasons as well. But the rear tires, as they come so far in, like they will get into those shocks if you don't have that clearance built in. So we got to drop the seat back in. It's over here. The screws are not in it. That's fantastic. Okay, there's one possible. Oh, that's probably the long one that I fucking rammed in that side cover on the dig housing and realized that it was wrong. I got another one. I get it. What for tire use? This is the Vanquish Yokohama tire, the Yokohama MT, Geolander MT. You will notice that the driver does not still reside in here. You better be running a doll tomorrow. I didn't drive all this way from Illinois to run the illusion. I don't even know what I did with it. I ripped it out of here so fast when I got home. I have no idea. Did I keep it? I had to have kept it, right? Huh. I don't even know. It is a cat toy now. That's no joke. It literally could be. I have no clue. Huh. Might be the illusion show tomorrow. Which, let me tell you, I'm not mad about. Yeah, I took, yeah. JR, Friday Night Live Show rocks. Thanks for entertaining us tonight. Thank you for joining, sir. We're just about done on all sides, whether you're done or not. Much appreciate you guys for hanging out. For what is this one? We're over 4 hours now. That's ridiculous. Ridiculous. Nobody should be subjected to this much of me. Half a freaking workday. He'll show up on your shelf come Christmas. Oh, let me tell you, it did it. The only person that bothered more than me was Nicole. Well, Nicole and Matt both. They was like, that's terrifying. Get rid of that immediately. I need to find it and put it in Nicole's medicine cabinet for when she gets home. Staring at her. Like, oh, did you think it was me? Did you think I fit in your medicine cabinet because it's so realistic? Josh, what is BTA for the F10 portals? That's what I'm running here. That's on this truck. BTA behind the axle. Why is that going in at a fucking god awful angle? But yeah, BTA stands for behind the axle. That's the mount that I have for the servos on this truck that place them back here. Lays them flat down behind so that you can orient them. There we go. Can you overdrive a front F10 axle? Sure. I mean, you could do. So the axles come with overdrive portal gears. So if you want, you can go to a standard gear in the rear. You can put an overdrive ring and pinion gear set in it. Vanquish doesn't make one, but you can use an SCX 10.2 version if you'd like. So that would take you to a 27 tooth ring gear and an 8-tooth pinion. Or I would recommend instead doing an underdrive rear ring and pinion. So increase your ratio. So to get more overdrive, you can do, underdrive the rear is the same as overdriving the front. Yes, your ratios change in a different way, but going lower is always good. So you can, if you want more overdrive up front, adjust the rear axle. It's the same thing. Let's see. And 4-hour live stream. Yeah, that I know how to party these days. This is 40. Anyone have issues getting hung up on BTA mounted servos? It's not something I've ever noticed. It's right, like it's right in the cone of your tires. So generally, a rock or a ledge is going to come up. Now, you could hit you're going to hit your servos and things like that, but it's never been something I was worried about. Like, just bang those servos against the rocks. Fine. Chicks dig scars. That's what my dad always said. Okay. And the roof is on fire. We are not in need of water. Let the domicile burn. Carbon fiber roof, because nothing is cooler than a carbon fiber roof. I make a cover for mine to save the screw heads. Let them get beat. What are LP servos? LP stands for low profile. It means that the overall height of the servo is less. That is ideal for when you're running a buggy like this. So while your servo is down there, you low profile keeps it tucked up as far as possible. So cool how thin and light the panels are. And also how amazing this logo work is. Matt approves. I can tell. Let's see. Would that seat and dash fit in the JHF? I doubt the dash would. It's very custom fit to the design of this buggy. What motor is in the Jimmy's? Can it run a standard size 540? I don't know if it can. I'm running a revolver style. And those are obviously much shorter. And I designed this rear mounted motor to work with that type of motor, electric motor. I designed this fake engine to work with that type of electric motor. If you wanted to run a Fusion, I believe that you could, but you wouldn't be able to run the fake engine. And you may have to do a tiny bit of modification to one of the laser cut parts, which would be very easy if you were already building one of these buggies. Like if you were that capable, you would have no problem just taking one of the laser cut parts and trimming it a little bit, like literally 10 seconds worth of work. Because I did do some looking and mock up at that. Good shape there. I'm going to put a hair bit of on these steering rod ends. Yeah. Oh, I do love those metal rod ends. Hi from Sweden. Hello back to you from California. We're set, gents. I just got to remount my tires. Do I go through all the work to put the center cap back on? Lazy me says no. Internet video me says do it the right way. But first, before I do that, let's take a moment and double check our wheel nuts. Feels good. That one could use an eighth of a turn. Pretty good. Okay. I feel better about that. Always good to check. So, FP3, I'm calling Logan Sargent. Yeah, I need to. What time's qualifying on tomorrow morning or tomorrow? You've been in your basement talking to yourself for 4 hours. Thank you for your service. Wish I still had a basement. I'm in a den in a tiny California home. Hope you all got your live stream takeover fantasy picks in order. If not, you better get on now. Call it. Is it like 8 a.m. Colorado time? God. Oh, 7 a.m. Okay, I'll be up. Oh, but I've got to go. I got to freaking help somebody tomorrow morning at that time. Urgh. Dang it. I'm going to be unavailable to watch Quali live. 7 a.m. Pacific. Urgh. That is what I'd call a bummer. I mean, I'm doing a favor. I told him I'd be there at 7. That's already like I'm a little late. Be fine. Anybody considering going to the Arizona Scale Hero buggy event in October? Figure I better start recruiting now. See who else is going to make it. What's up, dude? Chief's being cute, curled up at my feet. Cody, you're thinking about going, or are you talking about the other event they're talking about? Chief. I think Chief wants to go to bed. What truck are you using in Beam and G now? You know what? I haven't played Beam in a few months. So I haven't. Oh, actually, not a few months. You know what? The last I was using the Ibex goat built. Chief is attacking my foot. I think that he's really interested in going to bed. I'm using the Ibex goat built by Tom, and it's because I was rear steer practicing for Denver, which still was so good, so helpful. I'm contemplating it. I won't go, but I'm contemplating it. Currently building a truck to go in October. Hell yes. It's a long trip for you, Jeff. I'm glad that you're putting in the commitment. So yes, I thanks everybody for hanging out tonight for 4.5 hours. It's been a long time since I've done a live stream this long. My voice will likely pay for it tomorrow. I think you should have someone mod the buggy you built into beams so he can yes. Not a bad idea. I actually have a different project I need to get done or something like that, which I had started on months ago and need to follow through on, but it has been one of the busiest years. Chiefy, come here. This kitty is ready. So am I. When Chief says it's time, it's time. Any idea when aluminum F10s will hit the shelves again? It's one of those things, they're in constant production, so you just got to keep watching. What happened to Matt's rig during the comps? It's a really good question. You know, we could hear the sound changing on it. He busted the rear mount of his skid plate on the 3D print. So the transmission was able to walk around. And maybe it was causing some binding. Oh, seriously, bub. You gotta let me get this done. And maybe it was causing some binding and causing too much load on the ESC. It seemed like an ESC issue because the steering was still working fine, so it wasn't radio. The battery voltage was great. We checked that a number of times. And so I think that it might have been thermaling the ESC, which it shouldn't have been. But again, it could have been just his setup. I think he's made some changes. I think he's still got the same ESC in there though. So we'll see if it still does it after those changes. And if so, he might just have an ESC that needs to be replaced. He was using the Silent Assassin, same as me. His does not have an internal BEC. Mine does, but that shouldn't make any difference. So anyway, buggy is done, back together 4.5 hours later. Good boy, Chief. Anyway, a bummer to find that out during the comp. Yeah, and it, he drove it beforehand and it didn't do that. He also drove it beforehand and it didn't pop an E-clip. So obviously things changed. But oh, you know what we should do is actually attempt. I already put the hood on this thing. I should just check that it works in full trim before I just trust it and then drive a couple hours to discover that it doesn't. Granted, I'll bring another truck too, but Azad is back. We're still here. Granted, we're at the end. We're going to do a rear burn on the desk.
Welcome to HTX.
Telemetry's still not working, I can tell you that. That's the one thing now is you can have no wheel drive. You got to get used to that. Oh, I should turn my telemetry screen on. Let's see. I need to change my global variables, but so this button should be rear only. Yep. Fronts are locked. Works as planned. Ta-da! This will be front only. Four-wheel drive. Rear only. Bing bang. Robert, your mother's brother. Put the 360 cam on there so I don't forget that. So I can test out that overly expensive experiment to see if I can overcome bad filming angles with more expensive equipment. Put the condom on. Safety first, then teamwork. Extendo. Ooh. I hate radio mounted cameras. Heard me talking shit. No, Robert, it's my brother-in-law. All right. That's it. That's all, folks. I'm done for the night. You should be too. Tip your waiters, faves your drive shafts. Remember.
Telemetry lost.
You're lost. We're all lost. Chief's mad. I'm going to bed. I'll see you guys this weekend. More videos. Running footage of this with Nathan and his moon buggy. Let's say moon-themed moon buggy. I think it got best. It got People's Choice and best something else at the WRC Rock Nationals event. Where the F do I keep putting the 1.5? So, good night. We'll see you later. I'm hitting the button.